Good morning, everyone. Sorry we are a bit late about a technical issue. Welcome to our colleague and participants. Hello. Okay, thank you. Sorry for this. Okay, it's with great pleasure that I welcome you to welcome the Writing Research Fund Applications, Publications, and Maximize Research Impact. This workshop organized by Center of Applied Economics Research, Faculty of Economics, and Faculty of Forestry, Kasetsart University, and also Harper Adam University in the UK. This is under the Thai UK World-Class University Consortium 2023. This workshop aims to support the early career researcher in impact grants applications and writing for publication. And also key point to consider are the challenging and opportunity in grant applications, publishing advice on journal selection and how to adapt writing for specific journals, and do's and don'ts for maximize research impact. And also we are warm welcome to Professor Arno. This section will be delivered by Professor Dawn Arno. She is Associate Pro Vice Chancellor at Harper Adam University. Professor Arno is a core member of Biotechnology and Biological Sciences Research Council. She will panel B and serve as chair of BBSRC, this is Biological Scientific Research Council Training Committee. She was a senior editor of the journal Molecular Plant Pathology from 2009 to 2013, and also one of editor board of Plant Pathology Journal from 2016 to 2022. And our program today will start from now until noon, and we have a lunch break. And also we will come back again at 1 until 4 p.m. I'm sure that you are all feel enriched with this knowledge after completion of these workshops. And I also welcome you all once again to this workshop and hope that you all will have a great time ahead. Thank you for you all. Yeah.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for the kind invitation to be here, and thank you all for turning up this morning. So if we could have can I do the slides on here, or? Yeah, was that me, or yeah. So this workshop is going to be in 3 parts. We're going to look at how to write, start to prepare a grant application. And then we're going to look at how to publish papers, probably from that grant application or any other papers. And we're going to look at how you get the impact of that publications and grant applications out. It's really a triangle. They're all interconnected. So anything that you do for one is going to affect the others. The procedure for today is a short presentation on grant applications, and then time for you to start to write and to work and to think in groups about the type of grant application that you want to write in the future. And then we'll have a little bit of time to come back together, and you can tell us what you've done, what you're thinking, but you can also ask us any questions about any problems, any issues, any concerns you have. And talk to me, Iona's here as well, or between yourselves. We'll see how long that takes us. If we can make that the morning, then in the afternoon, we'll do the same with publishing. We'll look at some tips and tricks to publishing papers, and then spend some time actually thinking about the journal that you want to use, looking online, and starting to prepare a publication. And then again, you'll work on that yourself, and then we'll look finally at the impact. And again, depending on the time, we may or may not do some work on the impact, or we might just talk about it. I hope that makes sense and you'll know what you're doing. So some talking from me and more working from you is the idea for the workshop. I hope that's okay. So how do you decide when you want to write a grant? Well, it all starts with an idea. We do our research. It doesn't matter what subjects it's in. I'm a plant pathologist, so I work on pathogens of things like peas and beans, but also trees. And I think, oh, that's a good idea. I think I could apply to get some funding to do that. But it doesn't matter that I'm a biologist. Every grant application in every type of department starts with the idea of what you want to do. So you think of your idea, and then you've got to decide when you're ready. When am I going to be ready to start this grant application? Do I need to do any work before it? Do I need any prior data? Do I need to get some prior data? Do I need to get some experimental data or some data from the internet or data from my collaborators? One of the big criticisms I see of grant applications in the committees I sit on is that they don't know a project is likely to work because there's no background information, no background data that's okay, from the information. So that's the first question. Am I ready? Is my idea good enough? Am I ready? Do I need to do some prior work to help me write this application? And then the next question a lot of people seem to not concentrate too much on is, how long am I going to need to do this project? Am I going to write the grant for 3 years? Am I going to write the grant for 6 months? What time scale is this piece of work going to take? But more projects may just take 6 months, some longer projects that may take 3 years. And to get the people to fund you, you have to show them why you need that time. Again, a criticism I often see is, oh, I need 6 months to do this. And you read the grant application and you think it's going to take you 3 years. Or you have an application for 3 years and you look at it and you think, what are you going to do after the first year? So you need to get that time right. And very early on, right at the beginning, this goes back to the triangle I showed you on the previous slide. You really need to be trying to think about what you want to come out of the grant. If you're thinking what comes out of the grant, it's a lot easier to put what goes into it. So even when you start to write the grant, when I start to write, I've got an idea, I'm going to write a grant. What paper do I want to see? What report do I want to see at the end of this, so that I make sure I cover what I need? And really important in the UK at the moment and worldwide is to deliver the impacts of the work. In the UK, all government funded research has to show the impact, not to the scientific community, not to the economic community, not to the academic community, but to the community in general, the population in general. If the government's paying for the research, they want the population to see the impacts of it, not just us academics sitting in universities. So it's really important to start thinking very early on what you're going to put into your grant and then what you're going to get out of it. So what makes a good idea for a grant? Well, often it's because you've already had a grant, or you've had a student, or you've had some small project, and you've got some excellent preliminary data, and you may be able to write something at that stage, a publication or a report, but you think, I could do more with this. I want to write a grant application. I've got this nice data and I want to do some more research on it. Other things, uniqueness. When you're sitting on a research council and you're looking at a lot of grant applications, things that are unique and are different, have got a different view, a different point of view, potentially a different way output, really stand out and catch your eye. And you think, what is my selling point? You're basically trying to sell your idea to the funders. What is unique about my work that I can say, you must fund this, because if you don't, you're missing out on this opportunity. And impact again, what will the impact be? So if I'm doing a report at the end of this, how will it impact the people in the population? If I'm making a product, how will that impact people in the population? That's okay. I've lost my thread. So, yeah. You know, if I was going to make a new method of carbon extraction, what would the impact on the environment be? All these sorts of things. How do I sell this? And then who's going to do this? What's my research team like? Is it just me? Is that, sorry. Is it just me, or have I got a team? So I always used to say in my applications, I am leading this grant, but I have a very strong team. I have teams that have already produced data. I have a team that is already strong and can help with this. Also, timely, something that's like now, really important now. What really important now? Really important now in the UK, we're all talking about net zero carbon reduction. So things, you see a lot of grants on that at the moment, because that's what people are interested in. So what's timely in your field? What do people want to research in your field? What do they want to know about in your field? If it's something that was trendy or important 15, 20 years ago, maybe that won't be what somebody wants to fund now. So you have to think about that. And then you have to be very, very careful that if you're applying for a specific funding call, it doesn't matter who the funder is, you have to be careful that the grant, your idea, fits that call. And another problem I see with a lot of grants is they're trying to make their idea fit the call. So they're trying to, as we say, put a round peg in a square hole. They're trying to squeeze it in. It doesn't fit properly. And funders see this very quickly. They've got a lot of grants to choose between. And if they've put out a call on X and you say, well, my work is really Y, but if I squeeze it a little bit, it'll fit into X, they will notice that very quickly. It's okay. And there's other things that you could say make a good idea of grant, but they're the main things. So get your idea, think about why it's good. So the key elements for a really successful grant application are quite simple, really. As we've already mentioned, you need a really good idea. It has to be an idea that people are going to want to know the answer to. So I read many grant applications, and the ones I really like are the ones that halfway through I'm thinking, I wonder what will happen if they do this. I wonder what the results will be. Those are the really good applications that I want to know as a reviewer the answer. If I'm not bothered about the answer, that's maybe not such a good grant. Then you have to very carefully plan the project. You've got to convince the people that are going to give you money that you can do the project. So a really good plan for the project is very important as well. And then you have to write it, the application in clear language, whatever language you have to write the application in. It's probably not going to be reviewed by a complete expert in your field. It may be someone who's in your area of research, but maybe broader. So you've got to be clear with it. Another problem I see with grant applications a lot, I'm a scientist and people talk too much science. And even as a scientist, I can't understand it because it's not my science. So you've got to make your language very clear that you're explaining to the people what your idea is and how you're going to do it and why they should give you the money. So, yeah. And then there's things to think about. One important thing to think about is, am I going to have any collaborators? Is this grant going to come from just me? Or am I going to have some collaborators on it or some partners? So collaborators may be people at your own university. They could be in your own faculty, or they could be in different faculties. They could be external, other universities, other institutes. It depends on what the funders allow. You have to be careful again. Partners may be maybe from industry or maybe from government departments. Are you going to need any? I always find I have better success for applications if I have collaborators. If there's an area that I'm not so good on, so strong on, get a collaborator. But again, be careful about if the funders will pay for that collaborator. And then who's going to do this? What am I going to need to do this project? If it's a very short project, am I just going to do it myself? Do I have time to do it? If I'm busy teaching or I'm busy doing research, am I going to have time? Will I need to employ a member of staff, a different member of staff? Will I need a postdoc? If it's a long project, I might decide I need a postdoc. Maybe I need a PhD student. Again, it's really important to check that the call, what the call allows. In the UK, some of the major grant funding bodies don't fund PhD students. So they'll only fund you and postdocs and technicians. So if you put a grant in and you ask for a PhD student, they'll just send the grant back. So you have to be quite careful. You may say you're going to use students. It depends again on the application. You may use master's students to do some of the work, or you may use undergraduate students to do some of the work. Important decision to think about very early on. And then you need to look at the funder. So there's many ways to find a funder. Your university may have a research office that tells you of funding calls that are coming out. You may be aware of the main funders in your area. A lot of funders, you can go onto their websites and set up alerts. So every day I get an alert because I'm looking after funding for the whole university. I have many alerts every day and I think, oh, that funding looks interesting for that member of staff. But when I was just looking at it for myself, I had specific alerts that came. So look out for funding calls. Your colleagues may tell you of funding calls at different places. And again, as I've mentioned, once you found the funding call, be very careful that your idea fits the scope of the call. Don't try and make it fit it. Either change your idea, adapt, or wait for a call that it does fit. And a very big question you should think about quite soon after you found the call is, what will it pay for? Will it pay for a research assistant? Will it pay for my time? Will it pay for consumables money? Will it buy me a computer that I need for my call to do this research? Will it pay for travel? Iona and here are on a grant application that's paid for us to travel to come here and talk to you. Not all calls do that. So if you've got a grant idea that's going to need some money to travel, check whether the call will allow you. There's no point you getting the grant and then not being able to deliver the grant. Another really important thing is to look at the deadline. Some people forget this very simple thing and then a week before the deadline, they're like, oh, it's too late. I haven't got time. I can't do it. So check the deadline, know when the deadline is. And then there's different types of applications. Sometimes you may be asked to do a preliminary application that's quite often called an expression of interest. This is often shorter and less detailed. I've got one submitted at the moment that was just 4 pages with very little detail, just to give them an idea of what we will do. And if we're successful, they will then say, you have got over that stage, you now can write the full proposal. So if we're successful, we'll spend a lot of time writing the full proposal. It's quite a good way of doing it because you don't have to waste a lot of time on an expression of interest. And you know, if they ask you for the full proposal, that you've got a good chance of getting it, not 100% guaranteed. But a lot of other grant funding bodies don't do expression of interest. They just take full proposals, and you have to put all the work in to do the full proposal. So check what you're writing. Am I writing an expression of interest? Am I writing a full proposal? And then look very carefully of what they require. Again, I've seen grants that are really, really good, but they have problems because they haven't submitted what's required. Very important things, simple things, that important things that we would tell our students are, if there's a word limit, you need to stick to the word limit. If they ask for a document as a Word document, you need to send a Word document. If they ask for it as a PDF, you need to send a PDF. You need to do what they ask, because they may be getting hundreds of applications. And I know one of the major funding bodies in the UK, if you don't send them the right requirements, it doesn't matter how good the idea is, they don't assess the grant. If you go over the page limit, they don't assess the grant. If you send them a Word document rather than a PDF, they don't assess the grant. It's so you have to get that correct. We try and train within our university this. We have small calls, local calls within our university, and I set the page limit. I was telling Iona just yesterday that I recently set a page limit of 2 pages, and one of our members of staff submitted 4 pages. And I had to say, no, I'm not assessing this, because, okay, you say it's just me, it's just intern, it's just your university, but it's training you to do it properly for the real world grant application. So be careful. Some funders will require letters. If you've got collaborators, they'll want letters of support. Some funders will require a cover letter, and sometimes in that cover letter, they ask you to make specific declarations, like this research is not funded by anybody else, or it's original, it's novel, or all partners agree to the submission. So again, be very careful that you do what they ask you to do. And then when you think about your actual application, have a look in the call document. What do they want? They want just words, or will they let you use figures and tables, that sort of thing? Because they can often be very useful in an application. A picture, a figure can tell a story that pages and pages of text can't. So I try and put figures and tables in my applications. It's also more interesting for the reader, but some funders won't allow it. So don't do it if they don't allow it, but if they can allow it and it's helpful to you, then go ahead. And another thing to think about, again, seems very straightforward, is how do you submit your application? I've known people that write fantastic applications and they come to submit it, and suddenly they realize that they can't submit it. It has to be submitted by the university. And there's a delay in that because, you know, the university has to do their processes before they can submit it. And then there's all panic because everybody's getting too close to the deadline. And so make sure you know the submission process. Do you submit it? Does the university submit it? Do you submit it as an email? Do you submit it on an online site? Don't leave that too close to the deadline and then realize you're not sure what you're doing. Please do it in advance. What else do you need? So usually in the grant application, there'll be a text that'll tell you what the idea of your project is, what the aims, objectives, how you plan to do the work, and what you think you'll get out of it. And that's usually a document. But the funder may ask for other documents as well. They quite often ask for a work plan and a timeline. I'll show you an example of one on the next slide that I did. So be quite careful with this. Make sure that that's where you show whether it is a 6-month project or it is a 3-year project or something in between. Don't put, or if you're going to have a long project, don't put all the work at the beginning and then you're not sure what you're going to show them you're going to do at the end. Make sure you spread it through the timeline. They will look at that and they will use that to decide if you understand your project. Often now we're asked to consider what the risks of the project are, what could go wrong. And if something's going to go wrong, what mitigation actions do we have? If I say I'm going to do one thing and then I can't do it, how will I overcome that barrier? What would my mitigation be? So think about that. And then they can sometimes ask you for a dissemination plan. So they may ask you what you're going to publish from that work, whether it's going to be reports, journal articles, more popular reports, or they may ask you for an impact plan. They often in the UK now ask for an impact plan. How is the public, the man and the women in the street, going to get impact from the research you're doing? Are they now at the end of your project, or are they in 10 years' time? They sometimes ask you for a management plan. This is quite common when you've got a very big, complex application with lots of partners. Who's the manager? Who's going to bring everyone together? Who's going to supervise the postdoc or the PhD student or the staff? How are you going to manage this complex program? What is your plan for that? And they'll often ask you if you've got partners for an explanation of the role of the partner. Are they going to bring any money into the application? Are they going to bring their time and expertise? Are they going to give you something to help you do the work? What is their role? And most applications will ask for a CV, and this can be dictated by how they want it. So don't presume that you can just throw in your last CV. Some applications only want 2 pages of CVs. Some applications want a CV that is just your background and your publications. Some want your academic background, your roles and your publications. So don't wake up on the morning of the grant submission, think you can just submit a CV, check what they actually want. And there are probably other things they might need. It's really important to make sure the last thing you want to do is on the day of submission, realize you haven't written one of these small, you're really pleased because you've written the grants, and then you realize you're missing a piece of paper that they need. Happens all the time. So that's an example of a time plan I did for a 3-year project a few years ago. You can see it's broken down into the years of the project. It's broken down into the tasks that we were doing in the project, 1 to 5, with the tasks broken down within there. And then we also, because it was a big project between 3 universities, we had a project management plan when we were going to meet for our meetings. And then the funder also wanted to know our dissemination and impact milestones. So when we were going to go to conferences, when we were going to publish papers, and when we were going to do public engagement, which is an impact, which is important. So that's just a word table. You can get fancy programs to write these things for you, but that's a simple word table. And that grant was funded, so they obviously thought our plan was sufficient. So you started your first draft, you've got your idea, you know who's going to do the work, you've thought about your timeline. A tip for the first draft is, and I tell myself this and I don't always follow it, but try and do it early. Try and do it before the deadline. Try not to be writing it the day before the deadline, because the best thing to do with any writing is to write it and then leave it. If you can leave it for a week, that's fantastic. If you can just leave it for a day, it's good. But often just leaving it and then reading it again, you can see it in a different way. I don't know if I find that if I read something over and over again, very, very quickly, I actually stop seeing it. So try and put it away. We always used to say you put it in a drawer and you take it out a week later and read. Now you just close the file. And so try and do it ahead of the deadline to give yourself time to read it again and spot it again, and try and read it like you're reviewing it. A tip is, if possible, if you know anybody who's been on one of the grant committees, or you can get to it, if you can find out what the grant committees ask the reviewers, then try and use that information to review your own grants. So I'm on a grant review panel, so I know what they ask. So when anyone comes to me at my university and says, how's this grant looking? If it's that review panel, I say, oh, they always ask the reviewers how you're going to train your staff, and you haven't put that in there. So if you can get any inside information, make the most of it. And then ask other people to read your draft. You've got to give your collaborators and partners time to comment on it. That's just polite, but also very, very useful. But it may be that you ask somebody who's not going to be on the project to give you comments. I often read applications for people and give them comments. And then be prepared to rewrite it. Be prepared to take on board those comments and reconsider some of the aspects and rewrite some of the aspects, which is why you need to give yourself time to do it. Right, that's me talking. We're now going to have some time to do an activity. So in maybe 3 people here, I don't know how you want to split people up, but what I want you to do is pretend you're sitting and writing a grant application. So think of a title. It doesn't have to be something that you really need to do now, but if it's something you've already got an idea for, that's great. You might as well start writing it. What will you include in the background, in the introduction? What information do the people need to know to understand your idea? You're trying to sell them an idea here. And then what's the aim of the project? It's really important when you're reviewing a grant application that it's clear what the person's aiming to do. We all know our own area of research, our own area of study so deeply that sometimes we forget that everybody else doesn't understand it. So you need to make it clear. What are the objectives? So you've got your aim. My aim is to do this. In order to achieve that aim, I am going to do the following 4 objectives. And to do those objectives, what work will you actually do under those objectives? Explain the work, what the methods will be, what you expect the results to be. And if you don't get those results, how will you overcome that problem? Then think about the cost. Am I going to need travel? Am I going to need my time? Am I going to need a new computer? Am I going to need something else, some new software? And then who am I going to employ? Am I going to have a staff member, a postdoc, a research assistant, a technician, or a student? Who am I going to collaborate with? Am I going to collaborate with the person in the office next door, or the person in the faculty across the road, or a university somewhere else, or as we have done in this grant application, a university halfway across the world? Who am I going to collaborate with? Think about the timeline. You've saw the example I give you. You can roughly drop down a timeline. And think about the management plan. Who's managing this? Are you going to manage it? Are you going to be the line manager for the staff? And then think about the dissemination plan. And we're going to do more of this today. We're going to look at publications. We're going to look at impact. But there's no point saying I'm going to do this fantastic piece of work. It's going to be really exciting, and nobody's ever going to know the results because I'm not going to publish any of it. That's not good use of money to fund research. So unless anyone's got any questions specifically, then it's over to you. Do you want to divide people up? I don't mind. An hour, maybe an hour and a half. It depends how long you want.
For the online participant, you can do it by your own. And if you want to show the Professor Don about your ideas, that you can share your screen. And we're gonna take about 1.5 hours. As Professor Don mentioned, this is a workshop that's try to do more practice. It's more doing than the talking. That's you can spend your time, and if you have any idea from your own, just you can share, and you can open your microphone and ask Professor Don.
So
Okay.
If you maybe get together in pairs, you can discuss your ideas, and then what we'll do in an hour and a half is we'll come back together and you can share our ideas. And if you want to discuss anything with myself or Iona, then just we can walk round, or just okay. Maybe have a look online and see if you can find a call. Who's that call with? Ah. Somebody's already found a call.
May I ask a question? Yeah. What is the difference between the aim and the objectives?
So the aim is the big thing. I aim to, I aim to do this piece of research. My big aim, my aim is to stop elephants trampling a forest. My objectives are how I'm going to do that. So my objective is I'm going to put a fence up, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. So the aim is the big thing. What are you aiming to do? The objectives are how you're going to do it. And then within those objectives, you can break down the method, how you're going to do it, the risks, the results. Does that make sense? So if I go backwards, so in this grant application, the aim was to look at effective persistence in bacterial plant pathogens. It doesn't matter if you understand that. That was the aim. The objectives were number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And within those, I broke it down into how we were going to do the work. Does that make any sense?
Okay, thank you. And another question.
Yeah.
About the title.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have the problem like some people use the question for the title, but some reviewer told me that I cannot use the question. It should be
I disagree. I've often used a question for a title for not so much for a paper, but for a grant application. I often use a question for a title because that's what I'm trying to answer. Quite often I don't even write the title till I've written a lot of the rest of it and the title just appears. Or I write the title, then I write the rest of it, and then I realize the title doesn't fit anymore, so I change the title. You can be quite flexible with the title, but there's no problem with using a question as a title, because it is a question. What am I going to achieve with this work? That's a pleasure.
Hi, Professor Don. I mean, in Thailand, we found some case that if you are a new researcher, it's like we have no background or no experience, and sometimes you get difficult to get a fund.
Yeah.
And do you have some kind of this experience in the UK or something?
Absolutely. It can be very difficult for new researchers.
Yes.
So with new researchers, there are sometimes specific funding calls, but really important, I think, is collaboration. So to try and collaborate with more experienced researchers, and that's why more experienced researchers should be collaborating with new people. They should be mentoring and helping and developing. But it's often quite important that you've done your publications. If you've done your PhD and you've still got some publications to do, get the publications and then build the grant proposals, because often people want to see you've got some sort of track record in research, and then you can explain in the grant proposal that you're building off a publication. But get collaborators, share the research. That's important. And or look for specific calls that offer new researchers.
And sometimes I found it good to start with small grants because it's a bit easier, less competitive.
Sometimes.
Yeah. And then once you get a kind of track record.
Yeah.
Then it's
Hello, we are back. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna show the example from the Dr. Glisida Pan. That's he and Dr. Vishuddha draft a title and introduction and aim objective. That's Professor Don can give the advice about what's what they have done. Okay, thank you. Leave it to you, Professor Don.
Okay. So we try to set the project based on our research background because Dr. Tan she focused on the economic, and myself focus on the forestry, tree growth, and like that. And so we set the title of the research is the effect of PM 2.5 and climate fluctuation on tree growth and its economic values. Tree growth in this study will focus on the tree growth in the plantation. One of the plantation we will find in the north area of Thailand that have the effect from the PM 2.5, and another area is in the maybe in the central of Thailand that have no effect from the PM 2.5, and compare the growth and compare the economic value of this tea plantation.
Can I ask one question? Is everybody going to know reading this what PM 2.5 is? Because usually in a title you wouldn't put an abbreviation unless it's completely obvious. Anybody who's going to read, I don't know what PM 255 is, but it's not my field of research. So would the people who read in the grant application know what it is, or should you put a different word in the title and then actually describe what PM 2.5 is to start with? What is it?
Can we describe it, the PM 2.5 in the part of introduction?
Yes, yeah, but
yes. What is PM 2.5 in explain?
Yeah, what is it?
The small particle in the air.
What's the P and the M?
PM is particulate matter.
See, it might be better to put that in the title, and then
okay.
You don't normally use an abbreviation in a title, and then you'd need to give a explanation of it in the introduction.
Okay.
See what I mean? That's better.
Yes. Yes, and put there. Okay.
Yeah. Say, I already understand that better just because you use the words in the title.
Okay. Yeah. So
Thank you.
Yes, that's, and for the introduction, we will to describe in some point like a PM 2.5 and teak plantation in the north and in the central Thailand, and then describe the effect of PM 2.5 on maybe on growth of teak or on growth of the living organism, like the general explanation, and the tree growth mechanism to describe the mechanism of like photosynthesis and something like that, and the growth rate measurement, and how to estimate the economic value.
Yeah, I think that's really good, economic value, because a lot of times, you know, a forest pathologist or anything, and they'll say, but why is this important? And if you can say because it's going to reduce the economic value, or it's going to increase the economic value by this lot, it puts more broader context of the importance of the work. So that's good.
And And maybe we a bit confused about the aim and the
No, I
objectives.
understand that.
And I'm not sure this is is okay or not about the aim. Aim I follow the title of our
Yeah.
research to assess the effect PM 2.5 and climate on tea growth and economic value.
Yeah.
Just like the general thing
Yeah,
that we
yeah,
want
yeah.
to,
That is
you
the
know.
aim. That's the big picture, isn't it?
Yes.
And then the objectives. So you wouldn't then have that. You wouldn't. So the objectives are to assess the effects.
To for objective.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So I'd number those underneath the objectives just to make it clear that there's 4 objectives.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's good.
And then the methodologies like to select which side that we will to
Yeah.
study, and then collect the secondary data for the plantation management plan, the cost for manage the plantation, and the climate data, PM 2.5 data, something like that in secondary data. And then after we got the site, we collect the samples, like use the 3 rings technique to collect the 3 samples, and then analyze it close, and then compare with the technique of the economic the panel data analysis to compare the effect of the climate and PM 2.5 on tea growth, and then compare the difference of growth in the 2 sites, different of growth and different of the economic value in both 2 sides.
So going back to the introduction, do you have any references that you can use to say that PM 2.5 has an effect on tree growth? Do you know that it does affect tree growth?
The effect of PM on
There are effects. There are published effects, are there? Because the question could be, do you know it's going to have an effect? You can't do all this research and you find no effect, but you suspect that it will have an effect. Do you see what I'm?
In the north and the now in the north and in the central, yes, Kanchanaburi, yes, because the climate difference, but we try to compare both of the PM 2.5 and climate effect, so we will eliminate the effect of climate and then try to compare just only the effect of PM 2.5. Because we set the Kanchanaburi province like the control area. Yes.
Okay. Good.
We cannot find the evidence that effect of PM 2.5 on teeth, but we can find PM 2.5 to
You mean for the background? Yeah, you don't need to necessarily on teak. That's what you want to study. But my question would be, you've said it affects the growth of living organisms. Does that include trees? You know, is there any other study out there on eucalyptus or any other type of tree? Something that makes you say, it's worth doing this research because we know that 2.5 does have an effect, and therefore we want to look at it on teak.
Yeah.
But if we cannot find the evidence to support this,
Yeah.
what we can do?
You'd have to make it maybe a smaller study, maybe just a preliminary study it depends on what scale you're going for. If you want to do an initial look, then a smaller, scale. If you're confident it's going to have an effect, then you do a bigger scale. You have to scale depending on how confident you are
Uh-huh.
in, I mean, it may not be trees, it may be shrubs or plants. You've said living organisms, but does that mean animals or
Sorry.
does it
Just
mean
focus on maybe
plants?
on plant.
Probably trees if possible, but plants for.
Plant.
It just helps have some background information so somebody can't say, but what if it doesn't have an effect? Which is they often do when they're reading grant applications. Okay. Just things to think about.
Yes. So, then after from the method, we said our staff, maybe both of us, and maybe other students, and
Yeah.
maybe okay, and partner KU and SS Care you,
Yeah.
yes, and work plan we set for 2 years.
Okay.
First year just for the secondary data collection, ask for the permission to collect the samples and
Yeah.
sample collection. And the
Okay.
second year is for the sample measurement and analysis
Yeah.
of the data.
So when you say permission to collect the samples, who do you have to ask for permission from?
Permission from the plant, the plantation. We
Okay.
might ask
Yeah.
for the permission
So
to collect the sample.
sometimes it's useful to ask the permission when you're preparing the proposal and then include a letter in the proposal that says, if you're successful, we will give you permission to do this. Because another question from a reviewer could be, what if you don't get permission? Then it's a problem. So sometimes it's better to
yes.
get the permission.
Normally, we just like to have the call to to them, and then sometimes they said, okay, we okay for the simple collection, but please send the letter for
Yeah. It's good sometimes to get those details, and then you can say in the application we have permission to do the collection.
And maybe we will let the head of the plantation to be the staff for our team.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just in case there's any problems. You know, if the grant people say to you, do you have permission to do this work? And you can say, well, if we get the grant, we'll ask for permission. Yes. But if you say we have permission, it's just one less problem.
But can we use our research station?
Yeah. Well, if that's where the you know, if it's your own. If it's your own research, you don't need permission. But if you're going to a private, maybe plantation, or I mean, if it's someone you've worked with before, you can say in the application, we've worked with before, we've had permission before, there won't be a problem. That's great.
Maybe we ask for the permission first before applying.
It's a good idea, and then they can write a letter, and you can submit it if you're allowed to submit, depending when you're applying, or if they come back and question. You can say, here's the letter.
Okay. Yes, I just finished the work plan.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. That's a really good start. And that's highlighted a few things that you should, think of, not just for yourself, but for people in general, about making sure the title's very clear, making sure that if you're going to study something, if there's any examples of that being done in a different organism or a different situation, that you use the references. And if you are going to need permission anywhere to do the work, if you can get it before you do the application, what I sometimes do is write the application, then send it to the person, say, if we are successful in the funding, would it be okay if we did this work? And they write me back and say, yes, we're very excited about the work, we will give you permission. So that, just your work today, that's 3 things that we've highlighted that you think about.
In case the plantation is very easy to ask for the permission, but in case of national forest, after I got the grant, 1 year later after we got the grant, we got the permission.
Yeah.
Too late.
Yeah,
And
that's why grant awarding people sometimes ask you, because they're aware of situations like that where you think it's going to be straightforward and it takes a year and or you miss the season sometimes if it's
yes,
a crop,
yes.
not necessarily trees or fruit trees or something, and it's like, oh, we got the permission but it's 3 weeks
Yes.
after harvest, you know.
Yes.
So
And
it's just little things like that that can make a difference.
yes. Okay.
That's very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now do you want to summarize? The TS is good. I don't know. I don't
when we have a lot of people and the atmosphere unclear and will affect to the photosynthesis of the trees, it will make the growth rate too slow.
add some disinformation background.
Oh yeah. You need the background's very important, because you have to make the people assessing it understand why the project is important, and what you expect to achieve from it.
Normally it might be like that, but in Thailand, PM 2.5 have the one in the hot period, but for tea in the hot period, it's fall. So it may have no effect to tea. But we don't know. We don't know.
That's what you want to find out. Yeah, you can explain that.
That is possible for the previous application. And in this case, we might correct the tea plantation. It's too many to correct it.
And why is it important to know what the effect of PM 2.5 is on teak?
We will find the station around our site.
Okay, thank you. So nothing from online, I suppose. Just
From online, do you have anything to share? Just you can raise your hand. Do you have anything to share? Or do you want anything to ask the Professor Don? Okay, maybe shall we summarize? And we
yep.
can-
Okay, so thank you very much. I hope that's been useful. It's brought up a few, what we were just talking about has brought up a few extra things. It's always hard when you write these presentations to think of absolutely everything to cover. One thing I was saying to some people over the other side of the room, you have to really be quite confident in a grant application. We all tend to be a bit nervous and can be want to be a bit negative and not be boastful, and it's important to be realistic, but try and be confident and say what you can do. Don't talk about what you can't do. So just try and be confident, but hopefully that's given you some ideas of some of the areas you have to focus on and the thoughts, but I think the main point is to try and do things in advance of the deadline, because you'll do a better job if you do it in advance of the deadline. You give yourself more time. So thank you very much. And
thank you, Professor Don. This is the activity from this morning, and I think we get have lunch first, and we will come back about 1 p.m. After that, Professor Don will talk about the public paper and also the impact of the research. And if you online, you can open it and maybe you can close it and come back again. Okay, see you at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, participants on site and online. And this afternoon section, we will workshop about the publishing your research and impact of the research. And also, first thing I would like participant online, if you are here, could you please introduce yourself about your name and your organization? That will be great for us to know each other. And Akuda Marcelo, are you there? Okay. And Jaruwan. Okay. And Jaruwan. Are you there, Jaruwan? Please. Could you please introduce yourself? Ah, you are there.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Jaruwan Merngan. I'm come from Department of Statistics, Faculty of Science, เกษตรศาสตร์ University.
Oh,
Yes.
great. Yeah.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you. And Soyan, sorry, I cannot pronounce. Soyan Nian. I'm not sure. Are you there?
Yeah,
Oh, great. Thank you. Where are you from? Are you a lecturer or the postgrad student?
I am lecturer from Myanmar, and
From
the
Myanmar?
organization, the organization name is Myanmar Pharma Academy. Yeah, I am from Myanmar. Yeah, good afternoon all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your two. And okay, how about on site? Do you want to introduce yourself to online? Okay, maybe please. Okay.
Okay. I am Gritsadaphan Palakit from the Faculty of Forestry เกษตรศาสตร์ University ครับขอบคุณครับ
My name is Vishuda Singham, Rajabhat Srisaket University กาญจนาศรีพฤกษ์เกียรติ Faculty of Economics เกษตรศาสตร์ University
Okay, thank you. We have 4 participants on site, and we also have 3 from online. I hope you get the knowledge more about the publishing research from Professor Don. Okay, leave it to you, Professor Don. I will share screen now.
When I've got the microphone on, what you should be thinking about while you're considering this. So first of all, we're just waiting for a technical detail. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. So what you're trying to do when you're publishing your research, especially in academic journals, you need to think about what you're trying to do. You're trying to tell a story. You're trying to actually say to someone, you really want to read this. It's going to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it's my story of my research. And you can never start thinking about your papers early enough. You definitely should be thinking about them while you're doing your research. And you should even think about them when you're planning your project, like we were discussing this morning about writing your proposals. What are you going to need to do during your research to publish your your research, because if you get to the end of the research and you find you're missing a critical piece of information, it can be very difficult to go back and repeat something. So always try to think as you're going along, what story do I want to tell? And what information am I going to need to do that story? Whether it's a big experiment or a big data collection or a systematic review, or what will make my research complete, so when I come to write my paper, I can tell my story. Another thing to consider is, who are you trying to tell your story to? Are you trying to tell it to a very select audience? You might go to the Journal of Forestry if you just want to talk to the people who read the Journal of Forestry, or an economics journal if you look in economics. Or if you've got a very big, very exciting story you want to tell, you might go to Science Journal or Nature Journal. You need to consider what audience you're trying to tell your story to, whether it's specialist, more general. If it's a subject that overlaps some disciplines, is there an appropriate journal for that? That you want to get your story out to people who are interested in it, so that you'll have an audience for it. And what's really important, I always think when I'm writing a paper, is think about the reader. What's the best way to tell the story? You don't always have to put the research in the order that you did it. It doesn't have to be chronological. It doesn't have to be date order. If you've done something and then you've done something later on that actually would be better published at the beginning of your story, there's no reason why you shouldn't do that. So think about the reader, think about leading them through the paper, making it interesting for them to follow the papers. Most papers, if we're lucky, have the abstract and the title read. You want them to go into your paper and read the detail. So you need to choose your journal to start with. I've already said one of the most important things is to think about your audience. Who do you want to publish your research to? Another thing we need to consider is cost. We can't avoid it these days, but there's publication costs, open access fees. Some universities, some grant awarding bodies, some national reviewers of research insist that you publish your research open access so the whole community can review it. Everything okay? Sorry, online, we're having some technical difficulties. We'll be back with you in a minute. Is it not sharing? Okay. Okay, so yeah, so think about open access. There's many different ways that you can pay for open access. Sometimes if you write a grant application, you can ask for money within that application for publication. That's a good way to do it, but you need to be thinking right at the beginning about that when you're putting the application in. Sometimes your university may have a fund that you can apply for open access. Some universities have read and publish agreements with journals where they can get open access fees covered by certain journals. We have them at our university, and we have different types where it's full coverage of fees or just the fee but not the tax that they'll pay. And sometimes you just have to find the money from somewhere else, maybe your department or another budget. But if you need to publish open access, you need to be really careful of that. And you need to look at the type of open access requirement by your institute or your your research funder. They might want gold open access, which means it has to be open access immediately on publication, or they might accept green open access, which means it can be put in an institutional repository, and as long as everybody can see that paper, then the open access can be delayed by a matter of months. But you need to be very careful which form of open access that is a requirement of either your funder or your institution. Another thing you might want to consider is what's the journal publication time. Most journals will publish what they say is how long it takes you to publish a paper with them. Some journals can be very slow. Some journals claim to be very quick. This is important if, for example, you have some time sensitive information, you're worried that you've got a competitor who's going to publish, you might want to try and get the paper out as quickly as possible. Or if, for example, you're trying to write a grant application and you want to have that paper published before you write the grant application so you can use it as background. So check out the journal publication time. You can always do something called a preprint, which is where you send it to a preprint service. It's not peer reviewed, but it's made public and people can comment on it. And then you can decide where to send it for publication. This can be useful because it can, if you're worried about a competitor, it can protect your intellectual property on that paper if that's appropriate for you. So there's things to consider around the journal. A good idea is if it's not a journal that you're familiar with, we all have our favourite journals that we know really well. If it's not a journal you're really familiar with, read some of the papers in the selected journal and think, is this the sort of paper I think my audience would want to read, and get some ideas that way. Impact factors is another consideration. You may want to look at the impact factor of the journal. Everyone thinks you should just go as high as you can possibly go. It's not always appropriate because some journals, if you want it to get to a specific audience, they may not be the most impact factor journals, but it depends where you want your paper to be read. But the main thing when selecting a journal is to really carefully follow the journal instructions to authors. I mentioned this morning that if you're not careful with the instructions by the grant funding schemes, it can cause problems. It can cause even bigger problems with the journals if you're not careful with instructions to authors. So once I've thought about a paper that I want to write and I've thought about a journal I want to consider, I always firstly go in to look for the author guidelines. So this is a journal called Plant Pathology, where I've published a few times, and I will go in and I will find the author guidelines for plant pathology. And also in that website, there'll be, as it says there, before you start, article types are published and the costs to authors. So like everything else, if I was going out and buy a dress or a new pair of shoes, the first thing I look at is the cost. Is it going to be too expensive for me? If it's going to be more than I can afford before I spend a lot of time on this journal, can I get the money from somewhere else? And then I carefully follow the instructions. And what I always find useful when I'm writing a paper is to have the instructions for authors, but to also get a couple of examples of papers in a similar area to mine. Obviously doesn't have to be the same area, but from that journal in a similar area, just so you can see the structure and how the language they like to use. It gives you some clues and hints and tips what the journal's looking for. Because the instructions to author guidelines are very good and they'll have all the information, but they're quite dry, they're quite factual. It's sometimes good to get a feeling from the actual papers that are being published what the journal's looking for. So I always download a few similar papers and try and follow that flow. So when you sit down and write in, what do you think about? Well, the title is very important. It's probably more important than we were discussing this morning about titles, because sometimes it's the only thing that people see. They'll do a PubMed search or a Google search and the title will come up, and you want to attract your audience. So you need to very carefully think about the title. You may change it several times. You may change it at the end. I've known reviewers ask for, referees ask for title changes. You need to think about what would attract you and your audience to read that paper. And also remember the title and sometimes the keywords are the only thing that search engines are going to find. So if you want your article to be found by a particular group, so for example, I work on a pathogen called Pseudomonas. I want Pseudomonas people to find my paper. So I always make sure I put Pseudomonas in the title. So they search, they find it. If I don't put it in the title, they don't necessarily find it. So this is really your advertisement for your paper. This is where you're going to get the people to look for it. And the next thing is the abstract, sometimes called the abstract, sometimes called the summary. Journals have different ways of defining these things. And again, this is why it's important. The instructions for authors should tell you how long the abstract or summary is. They may define the structure, they may not define the structure. It varies between journals. But this, again, may be the only thing that ever gets read of your paper. How many times have you read a paper and not got past the abstract? You probably don't want to admit it, but everybody does it. And it's often the thing you see when you do a search. I like to think, and I always tell my students to think of the abstract as a mini version of your paper. So I always start with a sentence or two about the introduction, a sentence about the methods I use, a sentence or two about the results that I found, and very importantly, I finish with a description of the significance of the work. And hopefully by doing it like that, you'll attract people to go and then read further. So this is a sentence at the bottom from one of my papers. So it's not relevant, obviously, to most people, but just gives you the idea. I finish my abstract with, this rapid and inexpensive screening method allows the discovery of genes important for in vitro traits that can be correlated to roles in plant interaction. So I summarize at the end, and hopefully people now think, oh, I better go and have a look at this rapid and inexpensive screening method and find out what it can do. So abstract summary, whatever the journal calls it, however many words they give you, is a critical part. Usually you don't reference in an abstract or summary as well. If you want to check, again, look at the abstract from this journal, you can see there's no references in there. If you're not sure if the instructions for author aren't telling you, you can see it from published papers in the journal. And then you've got to do the background. This is where you need to make sure that you're very familiar with the primary literature for your topic. If possible, you avoid reviews. It's not always possible. There are some very big reviews in your field. You may mention them, but you really want to look at the primary literature. You need to make sure you're as up to date as possible. Reviewers, and I've been an editor for several journals, and reviewers like to say, but they haven't referenced this paper that came out 2 weeks ago. And often the editors think, yes, because they submitted it 3 weeks ago, you know, but they do like you to be nice and up to date. You often find that you reference your own work, which is quite normal, because if you're doing a series of papers, you may reference back to, but try not to overdo that. Journals don't like a lot of self-citation. If it's appropriate, and it's obvious why you're doing it, that's great. Another reason you read the instructions for authors really carefully is because they all want different ways of doing references. And you need to cite in the text and write the reference list in the required standard for the journal. And that's another reason I find to look at the actual publication. It's they explain it in the instructions for author, but it's quick to see it in the actual publication. You may have a RefWorks or something that you use for your references. You need to make sure it's writing them for that journal. You may have to do it manually, then you need to make sure you're doing it from that journal. What you really want to do is make your journal paper as well produced as possible. Because if I'm reading a paper and there's lots of silly mistakes in it, the abstract's too long, the journals aren't well referenced, it biases me. It makes me think, well, if they're making lots of silly mistakes writing the paper, did they make mistakes when they were doing the research? It's not a good impression to give people. So you want to make your paper as polished and professional as possible, and then people will think, well, this is a very high standard of work, and in the back of their mind somewhere they're going to think your work is high standard. It's all games. What I always do at the end of an introduction, I find very useful if people do this, is to set the scene for the paper. What was the aim and hypothesis of the work? And also you can say the main result here. You don't have to wait till you've done all the results. So this, for example, this is the end of the paper that I just showed you, the abstract. We hypothesized that there's a threshold of strains expressing this gene. And then I said a little bit more about it. And then I closed with these data show that although host event leads to significant Iselin loss, and then I said a little bit more about it. So I say what the hypothesis was, and I say what the big overall picture of what the data showed is. And hopefully, again, by that point, someone's like, that's interesting, I'm going to carry on and read some more. You're always trying to pull your reader along with you. Data. So it's really important how you present your data. This, you know, this can get harder and harder the bigger the data set you have. You need to think how you're going to present your data. And I like to encourage my students to think about how they're going to present their data while they're doing the research. There's nothing worse than getting to the end of a piece of data, a whole project, and thinking, oh, I needed another control, or I needed a different piece of analysis. Oh, I can't do the stats on it because I didn't do that. So right at the beginning, almost write the paper in your head, plan the experiments, plan the analysis, plan the review with the data in mind. And think about what figures and tables you will need. Think about if you're going to have supplementary data. Some journals will limit the number of figures and tables that you can have. Other journals let you have as many as you want. But be careful you don't go over the top with those. It already depends on the journal. Again, it's another good reason to look at some papers that have been published in that journal. Do they normally have 5 or 6? They normally have 10 or 20. You know, what is that journal looking for? Be careful not to put the same data in the figures and the tables. Journals don't like that. They don't like repetition. And when you're describing the results, be careful not to just repeat what you've got in the figures and tables. So just think that through. As I've said there, try and think about this as you're doing your research, and try and encourage your students to do that. And then a lot of journals now are requesting that you put all of the data, not just the data that you've analysed, but literally all of the raw data. So if you're going into the forest and taking lots and lots of measurements, and then you're making nice figures for the paper, some journals will now expect you to have all of the original data on a database that can be accessed. So if someone wants to go and reanalyse your data, they can. One of my research funding bodies expects that from us, because we have to put a website link to show where the data is, the raw data that they can go to. Never used to have to do that years ago. People could request it, but you didn't have to provide it. But you can understand why now, because if you're saying, you know, your part PM 2.5 is more significant, somebody may want to go and check you've calculated it, which is a scary thought, but that's, you know, and also if you want to go into somebody's paper and check the data or run a different test on it, that's what we're supposed to be able to do. So then we have sections called results, discussion, conclusions, or sometimes it's results and discussion and conclusion, or sometimes it's results, discussion, no. The various journals have these three in all sorts of combinations. And what is important is you follow the journal format. Again, this should be in the instructions for author, but again, have a look at some published papers. Some have results and discussion, some have results and discussion, some ask for a separate conclusion. So just make sure you're following what they want. The results, the idea of the results is you describe the results to the reader, help them follow your tables. Don't just put your tables in, your figures, help them follow through. Don't repeat what's in them, but draw information from them. But when you start saying things, and this shows, you're going into discussion. And if it's not a results discussion combined, you have to be careful to keep the description of results and the discussion of the results separately. And that can be quite tricky. I often find when I'm writing, I write the results and then I go back a few days later, once I've put it in the drawer and got it back out again, think, oh, that's discussion. So I just copy and cut it out and stick it in the discussion. And it's the start of my discussion. So don't be afraid to write anything as it comes to your mind. Just make sure you go back and decide where to put it. I always find if you have a separate discussion, then what I normally do is the first couple of lines, I summarize the paper. The aim of this paper was to do this, and we found that very, very briefly. Because, you know, it's like some people, not everybody sits down to read a paper and reads from the title to the acknowledgements in one sitting. They may finish after results and come back to it a day or so later. It's nice to refresh the memory and lead someone through it. Again, telling that story. And then the discussion is usually where you'll compare your work to others. So we found that teak trees in this station grew better with PM 2.5. However, Fred et al. Suggested that these type of trees grew even better. And that's where you actually compare your results to others. They may contradict you, they may agree with you, but that's where you bring it together. Some journals like a conclusion, and even if you don't have a specific conclusion section, it's always good at the end of the discussion to say what the impact of the work was. You know, this work has significantly found, and at this part you can also say, but to take this work further, we need to do X. That can be quite a good way if you're trying to write the next grant application to show that you've considered it. Just be careful not to imply that you haven't done everything that you needed for this paper, or the referees will send it back and say you need to do this analysis or this experiment. So there's a fine line there. We're saying this has taken us so far, more can be done, but this paper on its own stands as a piece of work. Okay. So we'll stop there for a moment, see if we've got any questions before I move on to just talking a bit more about the grading of papers, for want of a better word. Have we got any particular questions at that point? Lots to think about.
What do you think, which section we should start first?
I tend to start with the results because I want to see what the results look like when they're written and formatted, because you can't write the introduction till you really understand the results. You know, you may already have some introduction written. If the paper is coming off the back of a project that you wrote a grant application for, you may be able to use some of the introduction from the grant application. You'll just have to adapt it. I tend to write that first. If I'm very tired and it's the end of the day, I might write some of the methods because they're usually the more straightforward. Introduction, making sure I'm leading into everything, discussion, conclusions, and write the abstract last, because that's like shrinking the whole paper into 250 words. And don't be afraid to keep changing the title. Ask other people's opinion on the title. Would this title tell you what this paper's about? Does that help? People are very personal how which order they write things in. I'm always excited to look at the results.
What do you think, which section is quite difficult to write, in your opinion?
It varies, but probably the discussion, especially if the data is not very straightforward, if it's contradicting your results ever wrong. People come up to me, my students, my results are wrong. I'm like, your results are not wrong. Your results are your results. They're just not what you wanted. But why are they wrong? Why do you think they're wrong? What's wrong? And if in that case, the discussion can be tricky. But usually if you've got everything down and you've thought about it, it starts to come together. You may need to go over it a few times, get someone else to read it, and try not to get too carried up. So I've seen discussions that are far too long. They've discussed every single little detail. Somebody said to me, you should pick 2 or 3 themes from your paper for your discussion. Okay, you knew all this already, didn't you? So I just thought I'd give you, so in the UK, we have well, it's supposed to be 5 years, but COVID, funnily enough, messed it up. We have this thing called the Research Excellence Framework, which is an assessment of all of the universities in the UK on their ability to carry out research. It's a huge deal because it affects how much money the university gets to do research. And we have to submit to this Research Excellence Framework a selection of our papers from our research active staff, between 1 and 5 for each member of staff. And then they're assessed by this independent panel. And you don't need to know anything about that. You don't need to, what me and Iona have to worry about ref. You don't. I have to worry about ref a lot more than Iona has to worry about ref, but you know, it's my job. You don't need to worry about that at all. But I actually think this is a table that another university did to explain the rating of the papers. And it's actually quite useful when you're thinking about your own papers, because obviously you want your papers to be as good as possible. So ref stars the papers, so they give 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, and they give us 0 as well, but we don't want to go there. So 4-star are world leading publications, 3-star are internationally excellent, 2-star are recognized internationally. The distinction between those two we could probably spend the rest of the afternoon arguing about. And then 1-star of national quality, so I've put 1-star on here. So this table, which you can look at your leisure a bit more, but I'll talk a little bit about it, gives you an idea of what you need to do to move your paper up those star ratings. And it doesn't matter for you with ref, but it is a good idea to be trying to do things at the top of that rating anyway. So for example, the title, think about the title. A 4-star title will have an asserting and conclude a clear encapsulation of a profound discovery. You know, what's the really important discovery? And it comes across in the title. And I've said to you, you really want to think about the title. You need to capture people. And basically a 4-star paper, you read the title and you won't be able to go to bed because you have to read the paper. You know, it really captures somebody. Where a 2-star paper just has a very simple description, possibly, and doesn't really make you think, I must read this. The scope and definition of the title it mentioned there. This is an interesting one, study ambition. So a 2-star paper can be quite modest. It may be you've done a piece of work and then you're just doing another piece of work and there's not much difference between them. You're just doing it with a different system or doing a different test. So it's a modest movement. You know, we have some researchers at our university who do a lot of work feeding chickens. I know. So they feed the chickens, they analyze the results from the chickens, they publish a paper. And then they'll feed the chickens something different. And they feed the chickens and they analyze the chickens and they publish a paper. And I'm always saying to them, stop publishing every feed and bring them together and make a bigger paper. Because if it's just slow incremental steps, it's only ever really going to be a modest paper. 3 stars make more significance. You've actually made a big, you think of it as jumping. So if it's modest, you've made a little jump. If it's significant, you've made a bigger jump. If you want to be a 4-star, you need to have done something different, something exceptional, something that's totally different, and you've made a really big jump. You've jumped to the moon. That's the difference. Timeliness and novelty, as it says there, incremental advancing of the field, i.e. feeding chickens one thing and then feeding chickens the next thing. 4-star, breaking ground, the first time it's been done in the field. It's really significant project. I'm not going to read all this out, but for example, you can usually tell when you're reading a paper the methods. If they're very simple methods that have been done over and over and over again, and they're just repeating, that's probably only a 2-star. If you've actually had to develop completely new field-leading methodologies to allow you to do that work, then that's probably more like a 4-star. And there's other ones there. And then the hypothesis is important. You can, as I said in my paper, I wrote out a hypothesis. So the hypothesis for start is changing, basically. It's changing what you think about things. It's not just repeating the same old arguments. Conclusions. The conclusions in a 2-star paper are quite restrictive because it's not really jumped very far and it's more or less the same conclusions before, just a bit different. Where the conclusions of 3-star paper are, it's clear and it's starting to influence the field, it's starting to change things. 4-star paper, these are the starter papers that change textbooks. So the next person who writes a textbook on the subject has to change what they've written in it because this paper has been published. It's actually made a huge difference. Or it's influencing policy, it may be influencing government. Government have to change their policy because this paper said something. Or it may be influencing the management of some practice. It's actually influence and it's changing things. And that's what's important with these 4-star papers. So that's everything I've got to say. We're not going to do the activities, I think, but I think we'll have a 20-minute break where you can think about this. So think about what, if you were writing your next paper, what journal are you going to send it to? Think about what I've said about the scope of the journals, the aim of the journals, the cost of the journals, and then think about what would you put, what's the title, if that grant proposal that you thought about this morning, what's the title of the paper going to be? What would you put in the abstract, introduction, results, conclusion? But we're only going to have 20 minutes to think about this. But have a little think about all that. Maybe even go and have a look, see if you can find the instructions for author for your preferred journal and find out how much they cost. That's always a good fun game because they try and hide it from you. So you have to go diving into the journal. And then when you've done that, so I make it, what time is it? 22? We'll come back at 5:02 and then you can ask any questions that you want to on that. Is that okay? Unless you've got any questions you want to ask now without the microphone. Have a think about any questions that you want to ask. Or if you've had any problems with choosing a journal or writing in journals or reviewers' comments, we can discuss those as well. That's okay. Okay, everybody. Hope you've had time to have a little think. Has anyone got any questions or comments or thoughts, or if they've had anything that's happened to them in the past and they want to discuss experiences?
Hi, from online, from Anu and from Ajahn Jaruwan or the So Yanning from Myanmar. Do you have anything to share? Any questions or any experience that you want to share with us? Okay.
Hi, this is Anu.
Hi. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
it's a nice presentation going on. I would just like to share one experience. When we are trying to submit a new work, okay, and that gets accepted, for an extension of that work, when we are writing a new manuscript, the problem that we often encounter is that of plagiarism from our own research papers. How to avoid that? Because plagiarism detection softwares like Turnitin, Authenticate, etc., they detect plagiarism from references also. Now, how to take care of plagiarism in references? Can you
Well,
give us
you can't really. It'll depend on what the journal considered to be plagiarism. So because most journals references are in a similar format, it's going to pick it. So has the journal refused to publish it because of plagiarism, or is this you just checking it yourself?
If I was able to reduce the plagiarism in my manuscript, the theory part, the text part, I could reduce, but I'm unable to reduce from that reference part.
I'd be very surprised if they'd be concerned about the references, because most references are written in a very similar style. So you're bound to use the same references and other people are bound to use the same references. So I wouldn't worry about the references. When you're quoting your own papers or you're writing the methods again, you need to try and change them sufficiently so it just doesn't look like you're recycling the material. But hopefully, because it's a new part of the project, you should be able to update everything and avoid that problem.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else in the room? You all publish no problems?
I have a question about if our data is focused in our country, for example, in Thailand, in Myanmar, or in some place, or in the UK too. Do you think is it possible that we can publish into the like 3 or 4 star journal?
I think it's what we were literally just having this discussion with Iona, and it depends really. If it's very, very local and only significance local, you've just got one region and it's the only effect it'll ever have in that region, it's going to be difficult to publish an international journal. But it can be that you do a study in this country, or we do a study in our country, that other people in the world will be interested in, because it may be different from the situation they've got in their country. So they want to compare and contrast, or they may think, oh, if that's happening teak trees in Thailand, is it happening to teak trees in, where else do they grow? In Myanmar. So it may be, so that just because you've done the study locally doesn't mean it's not interested to a more wider, other countries have pollution, they're going to have problems. So it's a balance. It's, will people be generally more interested, or is it literally this region that's going to be interested? And I always advise people, if you're in doubt, go for the better journal, the higher journal, because they can only say no. You've done the work, they say no, then you come down to the next journal, and then you come down to the next journal. But there's no point. The worst thing for me is when I get a paper accepted very quickly in a medium journal, and I always think, I wonder if I could got that in a better journal. I'd rather go the other way around, get rejected and move down, rather than getting in very quickly and thinking, could I have gone higher? Because once you've written a paper, every journal's got a different format. You have to reformat it, you have to change something, but everything's there. It's just you've got to reorganize it. So it's disappointing and it's hard work and it can take time. And the worst part about it can be if the journal's very, very slow on reviewing. That can be horrible. But it's almost better just to shoot for the stars and to try and fail than not to try at all if you've got the time. So any doubt, go higher. Okay, shall we move on?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your questions. And also, we will go to the next section. Okay, this is what you want to talk about?
No, it's this. You don't need to. There's some stuff there you can read in your own time. It's more detailed of those star ratings.
This is IS from the UK.
Yeah, that's just UK. But I left it on there in case anyone wants to have a quick little look. We need the other presentation.
Okay.
That's the one.
Yes.
Okay, so the final presentation today is about what impact your research is going to have in the real world. So I don't know about everywhere, but I know in the UK, especially the UK government funded research, we have to say how our impact is actually going to affect the British population, for example, or the world population. So we have to think about right from the start again. That's why I put the triangle up this morning. They're all really interlinked, these things, how we're going to do impact. And we often call it a pathway to impact. What are we going to do? You know, the pathway we're going to go to impact. So what is research impact? So impact is the demonstrable contribution that excellent research makes to society and the economy. It's not just an academic exercise, it's actually going to make a contribution to the society in general, the economy in general, and it occurs in many ways. So you can create and share knowledge or innovation. So it could be sharing a new technique, a new way of doing something, innovation, or it can be sharing new knowledge that may influence a policy. For example, it can invent in new groundbreaking products. So a new widget, a new cup, a new something that does something. What impact will that have? It can affect companies, it can affect jobs. If it's a really exciting new innovation, it may be that more people get jobs from it, or it may be that there's less jobs needed in that area. It may affect a new and improving public service, or it may alter a policy. I only can tell you more about it, but she's working on, we're not calling it food waste, we're calling it food surplus policies now, aren't we, to try and reduce food waste. And if we get that papers published and the policies changed, then that will have demonstrated impact. Medical science office often thinks about impact, so enhancing the life and health. So if your research developed a new drug that would help cancer patients, that could have a real impact out there in the environment, in the world. And there's many, many more ways that we can actually, impact can occur from research. So types of impact. So the aim of achieve research impact called all activities. Academic, economic, social. So academic impact, this is the sort of impact we have within our own field. So this was why we publish our papers, we advance the knowledge within our field, we advance the understanding, we support and encourage and advance our students' knowledge. Our research may lead to changes in textbooks or papers that people read. So that's academic impact. We go to conferences and we spread our knowledge around. Economic and social impact that's beyond academia, and that's what we're really ultimately trying to aim for. How will it improve society? How will the economy, how will it benefit individuals, organizations, or even nations? How will it have an effect out there in the wide world that isn't just within universities? And why is it important? Why does my government cause trouble and worry about this, and other governments probably will? One is, if they're putting public money into research in universities and institutions, they want us to be accountable for that. They want us to say what we've done with that money. Why should they give us money if we're not giving them anything in return? They want to know that that research is of quality, that it's good research. If it's going to cause impact, it's got to be good in the first place. It's got to be high quality research. The government want to know that they're getting benefits out of it. They want to know that if they're putting money into research A, they're going to get a benefit. If they put money into research B, they're going to get a better benefit. So they want to get more results for their money. And it's good for researchers. It enhances the reputation of research and innovation and investment. If the government can say, we have put £100 million into research and we've cured cancer and we've stopped climate change and we've got net zero, that would all be very, very nice. And that's been the impact of all this money we've put into research. So we have to write quite often what's known as a pathway to impact. And then you have to go through the different stages of your research and how you're going to promote this in the wider way. What are the mechanisms you can do this? Some research is very near academic and you're not going to get very far down this pathway. Your impact may just be on academia. It may be on the public. Some research is really very near this end of the scale in the market, and you may produce a new drug or you may produce a new policy. So there's a gradient, and not everyone can go from one end of the gradient to the other, but you've got to think about where you are on that gradient. So we could simply do something like if we write a paper or we get a new grant or we get some more funding or we discover something, we could use the press, we could use the papers, we could use the university press office, we could release that information to broadcasters. Been interviewed on the radio when I started a project once. It was never going to lead to a new thing for agriculture, but it was the start of a road, and that was a good way to get people thinking about the problems of climate change and disease resistance. So we can communicate that way, and it's always good to do that. Our press office is often asking us for information. If we get a new grant, they like to tell the world that Harper Adams has got this grant and we're going to solve whatever problem we're going to solve this week. If we ever go on and solve the problem, then we'll have another press release. Communications activity. This can be this is your research papers. You may be in a professional society, you may publish something in their magazine. This is you going to a conference and talking about your research. This is getting it out beyond your own university into your wider research environment. You may collaborate with people who can help you do impact. So a lot of the research that we do at our university involves industry. So we may not be able to make an impact with what we've developed, but industry can take it, develop it more, and then make an impact with it. So that's where collaboration is important. We can have impact by exchanging people. Hopefully, Iona and I are having some impact while we're here. And when you come to visit us, you'll have an impact on us. It may just be through discussion, it may be through memorandums of understanding, or it may just be through sharing experience. But that's impacting on each other. It's particularly good, like we are now, if it's international. It may be, as you'll see tomorrow, you learn a new skill or you develop a skill, and the research that Iona's doing and the use of systematic review, she will impact on you when she's teaching and learning, developing that with you. And the idea is then you would then use that in your research, and that will have an impact on some other people. So providing learning opportunities, and we don't have to just teach each other, we can communicate this outside of the universities as well. Staff, we can have an impact on our staff. We can employ them, which is great, they get a salary, but we can also help develop them. We can include them on our publications. We can include them in our activities and develop their careers. That's an impact. You're impacting on your staff. Licenses and patents, that's a specific impact if you develop a piece of software and you take it for license. Another thing we have is small spin-out companies, SMEs. We were talking a little bit yesterday, and maybe you've developed something within the university and a company then takes it and spins that out, because not necessarily the academic who can do that. It's not always our skill. And that's really what I wanted to say about impact. So this was my particular project that I was doing. And when I was actually thinking about impact for this project, I was looking at bacterial plant pathogens, very economically important, and looking at the genes. So it's very primary research. There's no impact to it really. But I had to think about how I was going to tell academics about it. So I went to conferences, I wrote papers, I published, and then also when I had the opportunity, I spoke to industry stakeholders. So I might tell farmers or growers about it, talk to the government about the policies that it could affect that, what we're finding. But in this one particularly, we did a lot of public engagement. We developed a game based on our research where children could play. And we went to schools and we went to science fairs and we went to festivals and we got the children playing the game. And a lot of children was like, I didn't know plants could get diseases. I thought just humans got diseases. How do you treat a plant? Do you give it antibiotics? Do you make it lie down and have a rest for a few days, you know? And it just started children thinking about plants as real organisms. I mean, 40% of the world's crops are lost through pests and diseases. And a lot of these kids didn't even realize that plants could get sick. So that was for my work on this project. I didn't cure the disease. I didn't make a new device that could be used, but I educated children in schools, 11, 12, 13 years old, to make them stop and think, oh, next time I'm walking past that tree, I'll have a look at what that spot is on the leaf, you know. And they were telling their parents about sick plants. So that is real world impact. Training opportunities. I mean, a lot of our owners' work leads to being able to come here and do training. That's an impact. And we had to write a plan of what we were going to do. And if you think back to the first presentation today, where I put that time scheme up at the bottom section, actually had when we were going to deliver impact on it. And we had to say what the milestones would be. And then I'm not going to get you to do this, but if you want to think about it on your own in your groups or in your private, if you're thinking about it, what you really need to think about is, what is your research project? What really is it? What is actually going to come out of it? Maybe not completely academically, but broader. And then you have to think about, what impact can I have? Am I going to change a policy? Am I going to change a practice? Am I going to change a practice in forestry or a policy in economics? Or actually my impact could be going onto the streets and discussing something with the public, increasing a public debate or teaching school children something. Or my impact may be going to other universities and teaching them a new technique. So who am I going to engage with? How am I going to get out there? I guess you'd be engaging with forestry people a lot in that side of things, and economics. And what's the best activity? Me standing up and giving an academic lecture to a bunch of school children is not the best activity. They'll look at me as if I'm crazy, or actually they pay no attention. But to give them to design and make a game that they had to play, and we even started to develop it for a tablet as well, so they could actually play it on the tablet. They were a lot better at it than I was. They were just much better with the tablets. So what activity can you actually do? And don't just think of activities for the sake of just doing it. What are you trying to get out of it? So when we did the one with the school children, we also did a questionnaire with some of the parents, and they told us what they thought of the activity. So we could refine it and we could change it and we could make it better. And it's always the sort of thing that can be a bit lost impact. So you've got to write your grants, you've got to write your papers, and right, I'll write the next grant, I'll write the next paper. And you never really think about, are you actually going to get out of the academic and deliver this into the real world? So think about setting some timelines for those activities, so it doesn't get lost in everything else. And that's all I've got to say. So I'm quite happy if anyone's got any thoughts, reflections, questions on that. Next time you're writing your grant, think about your impact. Thank you.
Anything, any experience to share, any idea.
They're all stunned.
Yeah. It's like if you get a higher higher grants is something like £1 million or whatever. This is what are they looking for? The impact of
It's really hard to say. You know, the last grant I had was 600,000-700,000, and we did the school children activities because it's very much the grant was fundamental science. You know, maybe the next grant or the grant after that or grant after that may affect the growers, but that was, so our activity was really education, impact on other academics, impact on the public via children are easy to impact on than adults because they're more absorbent, you know. Where at Harper Adams, if we get a big grant, a lot of those are already with industry, so they may have immediate impact. They may reduce the tire pressure in tractors so they're not compacting soil anymore. So that could be, the impact could be very applied and very immediate and with a company. So you can't really say, it depends where you are on that spectrum, but you can, even the most fundamental science can have an impact on somebody, or science or education or economics. I keep saying science because I'm a scientist, but you know what I mean. Even the most fundamental research can have an effect on somebody, and not just you and one paper that somebody reads. What sorts of things do you do, for example, in your research?
It's like in economics or business is like you have impact for some kind of recommendation for policy maker, but it's not like the scientist, because you get your result, you get your what exactly you have done in your trial or your something like that. It's something like, okay, we recommend the government officer to launch a policy like this, but it's not, it's some kind of subjective. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but if that then makes them change a policy that changes the way people behave, then you've had an impact. The one way you can divide impacts is the change in policy and practice. So you either do something differently, or you've got a policy that makes people do something differently. Like Iona, you're hoping to change policy on food. I've forgotten the word again. Food excess. It's not food waste, it's food excess. Yeah. And, you know, it may be that through Iona's work at some point, the supermarkets will not be able to throw all that out of date food away anymore, and they will have to give it to people who need food. And that's economics, but that's a huge impact if we ever got to that point.
Yeah. And one of the things, the reason that we are restaurants, even individual households, always say, I'm going to buy a bit more, just in case, right? And then the manufacturers, okay, that retailer ordered 100 containers. However, what if they need more? So they always provide what we call it from retailers, from manufacturers, so from individual households, you always want to order. So if you know you can finish 3 plates, but actually you are going to order. So what we are trying to do, are we really able to change that behavior?
Yeah.
You know, from the individual to
But that would probably take law, wouldn't it? Or at least strong guidance to force them to do it. And that's where your impact is.
That's what we are trying to do, is to see whether we put this international standard organization. And then if they are going to build that food excess thing into the management standard, and that's how they can enforce the changes. And we also, one of the questions, do you think the standard will make you change.
Yeah.
If they say yes, then we will tell this intelligent standard. If you get the standard as quick as possible,
Yeah. So what about in the forestry department? What sort of impact do people have out there? Do you talk to the forest growers, what they're called, plantation people? Do you tell them about the research and share novel ideas with them?
Okay. Like we in forestry, we also have research about the in the rubber plantation and relate to the forest certification. And because in Thailand, the number of the plantation owner that got the certification is still low, and we try to find what is the problem for Thai farmers, and then and after we got the problem, we try to find the solution to solve the problems and make a handbook for the like a manual to the farmers, and then give it to the การยางเนี่ยอะไรนะอาจารย์ and gave it to them to send to many farmers, and then we set the policy recommendation to the government and how to solve this problem. Yes.
So, right example of impact.
Yes.
I sometimes think we don't know we're doing it, but we are. So that's excellent. Thank you. Anybody else got any examples from any other?
I would like to share my experience because for the economic research and for my field, I usually use the primary data. So the result is like specific for the area. And for example, when I finished my research, when I study PhD, I do the infographic, for a paper and send it to the village leader to public to the farmer and help them.
Excellent. Yeah, that's really good. Good example.
Because I think infographic is very useful because it's just only one page and it's very short.
Yeah, no, that's very true. You have to know your audience. Lecture to a bunch of 12, 13-year-olds, we developed a game that they could play and learn it themselves, where farmers may not have time to read a 20-page report, but a one-page infographic is excellent for them because they can look at it, they don't even have to turn over, and time is very precious for them. So you really have to, when you're thinking about impact, you have to think about your audience again. It's different from the audience for your proposal, it's different from the audience for your papers. You've always, in that triangle up at the start, you're always thinking about who you're talking to through your work. Thank you all. I've enjoyed myself. I know we've been a little bit short, but I'm hoping you've got something out of those various sessions. If you only go away today with one new thing to think about, then we've done our job, I think. Thank you.
And from the Anu, Ajahn Charuwan or Sonyanin, do you have anything to share? Any question or anything else? Or anything to say? Okay, if you're still there, could you please help us to fill the evaluation form? That's feel really grateful. Okay, for the tomorrow, we will have a second workshop about best practice in managing systematic review and writing a systematic review article. Speaker by Dr. Iona Huang. I think we will start around 9 or 9:30, and you could you please go to the online or we go to the on-site at this room. And thank you for attending today, and hope you enjoy this knowledge from Professor Don Arno, and give her an applause for this workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you, and bye bye. See you tomorrow. Thank you.